the worst hair day of your this buddy today. Alright, let's okay. 3, 2.
inefficiency that once wreaked havoc.
This Al-Qaeda fighter on a motorcycle in Barcelona in Burkina Faso is filming villagers he just killed. Gunfire can be heard in the background. People from a local village lie dead in trenches. The army had ordered them to dig them, saying they would protect them from the attack. Burkina's junta says dozens were killed, but a group of villagers say the actual number is at least 200. Rights group accused the junta of censoring information. On public television, a news report showing officials meeting with those who've been wounded. The journalist does not interview any of the survivors and instead hands the microphone to the Minister of Security.
We will not tolerate such barbaric acts on our territory. Beyond the military response, we will spend all our efforts supporting the victims of this cowardly act so they can find health and go back to their normal lives.
But the junta has lost control of half of the country's territory to armed groups since military captain Ibrahim Traoré took power in a coup in 2022. There is discontent in the army's ranks with the junta's strategy of using civilians to fight armed groups and protect military barracks. Some see it as an act of desperation. Some of the villagers who were killed during the attack were forced at gunpoint by soldiers to dig the trenches.
Civilians have already been, shying away from this kind of collaboration with the military and with the government to carry out, support activities that help the the Burkinabe forces. But then you see now that they will be more circumspect next time when they are being called upon.
2 million people have been displaced in Burkina Faso by the ongoing conflict and need urgent help. For the Norwegian Refugee Council, this is the world's most neglected conflict.
There is a deep sense of discrimination in world solidarity. And the Sahel is an area which is systematically overlooked. And now, of course, on top of that, there is a diplomatic, political crisis between the donors in Europe and in the West and the new military governments across the Sahel.
Like its neighbors in the Sahel, Burkina Faso's junta is turning to Russia for help. But for now, it's ordinary people who seem to be the ones forced onto the front line. Nicholas Hawk, Al Jazeera.
Make Hello and welcome to this course on regular expressions. Regular expressions, or regex, define a search pattern that can be used to search for things in a string. Now, this course focuses on using regular expressions in JavaScript. However, almost everything you learn about regular expressions in this course can also apply if you're using regular expressions in another programming language. My name is Bo Carnes. I will be teaching this course. I'm with freecodecamp.org. In fact, this whole course is based on the free curriculum at freecodecamp.org. It's not required to go through that curriculum to also do this course, but it could be helpful. However, this course is designed to be standalone, but if you want to go through the curriculum on freecodecamp.org as well, you can look in this picture where it has the arrow right to the regular expressions part of the curriculum, so you can see where that's at. Well, let's get started. Regular expressions are used in programming languages to match parts of strings. You create patterns to help you do that matching. So for instance, if you have the sentence, the dog chased the cat, and you want to match the word the, you can use this regex here. You can see that there's a slash, then the word the, and another slash. You will also notice that quote marks are not required within the regular expression. So JavaScript has multiple ways to use regexes. One way is to test a regex is to use the test method. The test method takes the regex, applies it to a string, and then returns true or false if the pattern matches something. So in this example, we have the string hello world, we have this regex, and we have my regex. I'm going to do dot test, and then inside the parentheses, I'm going to put my string. So we are going to see if my string contains this regex, which is hello, and then we'll put it into the result. In this case, it will be true, because hello world does contain the string hello. Here we want to match the word Waldo. We have this sentence, somewhere Waldo is hiding in this text. So I'm going to change this regex. Instead of search, it's going to be Waldo. Now, one thing I want to point out is that this is case sensitive. So if I had a lowercase w, then this would not match. But since this starts with an uppercase w, I have to make the regex start with an uppercase w also. So this result, the Waldo regex.test Waldo is hiding, is going to return true because it found Waldo in this sentence. Regex has an OR operator, which is a single pipe character. So in this example, let's say we want to try to match for multiple words instead of just a single word. Let's say we want to match dog, cat, bird, or fish. So what I would do here is I'm going to change this. I'll do dog, and then I'll put pipe, which is just a straight line up and down, and then I'll do cat, pipe, bird, pipe, fish. So this is going to match any of these four words, dog or cat or bird or fish. And since one of these words is in the sentence, this test is going to return true. So far, all the regexes we looked at, true, fish. And since one of these words is in the sentence, this test is going to return true. So far, all the regexes we looked at matched literal strings. So the case mattered. If it was a capital letter, that's completely different from a lowercase letter. You can match both cases using what is called a flag. So there's the I flag that ignores case. So let me show you how you would do that. Let's say we have free code camp, and we'll see it's all lowercase in here, but we want to match it no matter what the case. So we want this to also match this, where there's a capital C and another capital C. So just after the last slash, I'm just going to put an I. So this is the flag. This means ignore case. So now when it tests the string free code camp for the regex, which is free code camp all lowercase, the result will be yes, because they will match. So far, we have just checked if a pattern exists or not within a string. But we can also extract the actual matches that we found with the match method. So let's see how to extract the word coding from this string. So we'll just change this to coding. And then here we'll use the .match method, match. And then in the parentheses, we'll pass in coding regex. And then if we just run this, we'll see in the console coding. because it's logging out the result. See, the result extracted this word coding out of the sentence and into the result variable, and it got logged. So far, we've only extracted search patterns one time, but it is also possible to search or extract a pattern more than once using the G flag. Let me show you what I mean. We have this test string up here, repeat, repeat, repeat. Now we're going to search for repeat. And the way it is now, when it matches this, it's only going to return the first repeat, just this one. But if we add the G flag after the slash here, it's going to find every single occurrence of the word repeat. So it's going to return an array with 3 elements, and each element is going to be the word repeat. Let's see it again down here where it says twinkle, twinkle, little star. I want to match the word twinkle. So I'll type in twinkle right here. And you'll see that the first twinkle is capitalized, the second one is not. So I'm going to have to use a flag. I'll have to use the I flag, which makes it insensitive to case. So it's case insensitive. I'm also going to add the G flag. That's going to match every single time twinkle appears. So you can use 2 flags at once on the same regex. Now here, for the result, it's going to be twinkle star dot match, and then I'm going to pass in the star regex. Okay, now we'll log this and see what happens. You can see twinkle, twinkle. The first twinkle in the console is the capital T, and the second is the lowercase, because it matched the first one and the second one and returned them both. In regex, a period is a wildcard character. It can stand for anything. So let me show you an example. We have these 2 strings up here, and the first one has the word hum, the second one has the word hug. You'll notice that these 2 words start with the same 2 letters, HU, and then the third letter is different. So look at this regex here, HU period. This will match any word that starts with the characters HU and then has a final character, which could be any character. So if we look down here, we are going to take the first string, I'll hum a song, and match it to our regex. It's going to return hum. And then when we take our second string, bear hug, and match it to our regex, it's going to return hug. So let's try that with another sentence. These 2 words and return them both. In regex, a period is a wildcard character. It can stand for anything. So let me show you an example. We have these 2 strings up here, and the first one has the word hum, the second one has the word hug. You'll notice that these 2 words start with the same 2 letters, HU, and then the third letter is different. So look at this regex here, HU period. This will match any word that starts with the characters HU and then has a final character, which could be any character. So if we look down here, we are going to take the first string, I'll hum a song, and match it to our regex. It's going to return hum. And then when we take our second string, bear hug, and match it to our regex, it's going to return hug. So let's try that with another sentence. We have this sentence here. Let's have some fun with regular expressions. So I want to match the word fun, but I also want this regex to be able to match the word run, sun, pun, none, or bun, basically any word that ends with UN and starts with another letter. So I'll change this regex to .un. So when we run our regex and search this sentence for something that ends with UN, it should find fun. So let's load that and look in the console, and it says true because it matched the word fun in that sentence. We talked about the wildcard character, which matches basically anything, but you can also match from a predefined group of characters. If we look at this right here, we have the B, and then we have these brackets, and inside the brackets, we're saying that the second letter that it's going to match has to be one of these 3 letters. So we know the first letter is going to be B, the last letter is going to be G, and the middle letter is going to be A, I, or U. So this would match bag, big, and bug. So down here, what we want to do is change this so we match every single vowel in this quote sample here. So what I'm going to do is put open and close brackets, and inside I'm going to put the vowels A, E, I, O, U. And then to make sure I match every single vowel and I match uppercase or lowercase vowels, I'm going to use flags. I'll use the I flag and the G flag. Now down here, I'm going to have to do quote sample dot match, and then I just pass in the vowel regex here. If I run this in the console, you'll see all the vowels from that quote sample. Sample dot match, and then I just pass in the vowel regex here. If I run this in the console, you'll see all the vowels from that quote sample. If I run this in the console, you'll see all the vowels from that quote sample. You can also match a range of letters. So let me show you how to do that. Right here, I'm going to try to match every single letter. So I'm going to put the open and close brackets, And instead of typing A, B, C, D, E, F, G and writing every letter, I can just put A through Z. So it's going to match every letter between A and Z. And then to make sure it matches every uppercase and lowercase letter, I'll do I, and then G to make sure it matches every letter in the whole string. So now I can just do quote sample match, and then I just pass in the alphabet regex here. And if I run that, we see in the console, it has every letter in that string. Run that, we see in the console, it has every letter in that string. Just like you can use a regex to match a range of letters, you can also match a range of numbers. So if I want to match a range of numbers, it will be like this. I'll have the brackets here, the opening and closing brackets, and this time I'm just going to match the numbers 2 through 6. So I'll just put 2-6. So that will match 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Also, in the same regex, I can match a range of numbers and a range of letters. So if I want to add some letters, I can put H through S. So now we can see this is going to match a range of numbers 2 through 6 and also a range of letters H through S. So I can do an I to make it case insensitive and a G to match every occurrence in the whole string. So I'm going to put that into my results. So I'll do quote sample letters. I can put H through S. I'll have the brackets here, the opening and closing brackets, and this time I'm just going to match the numbers 2 through 6. So I'll just put 2-6. So that will match 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Also, in the same regex, I can match a range of numbers and a range of letters. So if I want to add some letters, I can put H through S. So now we can see this is going to match a range of numbers 2 through 6 and also a range of letters H through S. So I can do an I to make it case insensitive and a G to match every occurrence in the whole string. So I'm going to put that into my results. So I'll do quote sample dot match to match this regex. And then here, it's going to console.log the result. So let's see what happens. And we have every letter and number between those ranges. We've talked about how to match for specific characters, but what if you want to create a set of characters that you do not want to match? These are called negated character sets, and you can create them with the caret character. So let me show you how to do that. We want to make a regex that will match everything except all numbers and all vowels. So we are going to put a open and close bracket, and I'm going to put a caret character that's right underneath a 6 on a keyboard, and I'll put 0 through 9. So we are not going to match all digits 0 through 9, and we are not going to match A, E, I, O, U. And then I will put my flags here, IG, so this will match everything except 0 through 9 and A, E, I, O, U. So to finish this up, I'm going to put quote sample.match, and then I'll pass in the regex here. And now I'll just run this, and you can see we've returned everything except the vowels and the numbers. It includes the spaces and periods and punctuation regex that will match everything except all numbers and all vowels. So we are going to put a open and close bracket, and I'm going to put a caret character that's right underneath a 6 on a keyboard, and I'll put 0 through 9. So we are not going to match all digits 0 through 9, and we are not going to match A, E, I, O, U. And then will put my flags here, IG, so this will match everything except 0 through 9 and A, E, I, O, U. So to finish this up, I'm going to put quote sample.match, and then I'll pass in the regex here. And now I'll just run this, and you can see we've returned everything except the vowels and the numbers. It includes the spaces and periods and punctuation also. Sometimes you want to match if a character occurs one or more times. If you want to do that, you can use the plus character. So let me show you how to do that. In this case, we are going to try to match in the word Mississippi whenever an S occurs one or more times. So I'm just going to put S plus, and I'm going to put a G to match it every time it occurs. And if I run this, you'll see we've matched the first SS, and then the S occurs one or more times. In this case, we are going to try to match in the word Mississippi whenever an S occurs one or more times. So I'm just going to put S plus, and I'm going to put a G to match it every time it occurs. And if I run this, you'll see we've matched the first SS and then the second SS. If there just happened to be another S in here, we would then match 3 times. And you can see the third time it only matches the single S because there's only one S in a row. There is an option to match characters that occur 0 or more times. That's with this star character here. So this regex means match a G and then match an O 0 or more times. So with this word goal, it's going to return G-O and then every O after it. And then here, gut feeling, there's a G with no O's after it. And since it's matching 0 or more times, it's going to match that and just return G. Now this one it has an O's, but it doesn't have a G. So it's going to return null. It's not going to match at all. So down here, we are going to do some coding and match a 0 or 1 time. So I'm going to change the change word here, and we always want to get the capital A, and then for the lowercase a, we are going to do an A asterisk, so it can match this whole thing of A's here. So if I just do a console.log here, and do a result, it should match all of the A's. It worked. I am going to talk to you about greedy and lazy matches. A greedy match finds the longest possible part of the string that fits the regex pattern and returns it as a match. A lazy match finds the smallest possible part of the string and returns that. Regex patterns default to greedy. Let me show you what I mean. Let's look at this string here, Titanic, and we'll look at this regex to find something in the string Titanic. First, we're looking for the letter T. And then this part means after the letter T, we want 0 or more of any letter. So remember, this means any letter A through Z. The asterisk or star means 0 or more occurrences of this A through Z. And then finally, we're looking for a letter I at the end. So when we run this match here, it's going to do a greedy match and find this, Titani. So it's going to start with a T, it's going to have 0 or more letters, and end with an I. However, if we put a question mark here, it's going to be a lazy match. So it's going to start with a T, and then remember this is with a T, to a asterisk, so it can match this whole thing of A's here. So if I just do a console.log here and do a result, it should match all of the A's. It worked. I am going to talk to you about greedy and lazy matches. A greedy match finds the longest possible part of the string that fits the regex pattern and returns it as a match. A lazy match finds the smallest possible part of the string and returns that. Regex patterns default to greedy. Let me show you what I mean. Let's look at this string here, Titanic, and we'll look at this regex to find something in the string Titanic. First, we're looking for the letter T. And then this part means after the letter T, we want 0 or more of any letter. So remember, this means any letter A through Z. The asterisk or star means 0 or more occurrences of this A through Z. And then finally, we're looking for a letter I at the end. So when we run this match here, it's going to do a greedy match and find this, Titani. So it's going to start with a T, it's going to have 0 or more letters, and end with an I. However, if we put a question mark here, it's going to be a lazy match. So it's going to start with a T, and then remember this is 0 or more occurrences. So instead of having all these letters, we're going to go to the 0 occurrence and not have any letters, and then end with this I here. So it's just going to be Ti. So a greedy match would be Titani. A lazy match would just be Ti. So let's do the same thing down here. We have this string here, which is a bit of HTML with an H1 tag, some text. This we're looking for the letter T. And then this part means after the letter T, we want 0 or more of any letter. So remember, this means any letter A through Z. The asterisk or star means 0 or more occurrences of this A through Z. And then finally, we're looking for a letter I at the end. So when we run this match here, it's going to do a greedy match and find this, Titani. So it's going to start with a T, it's going to have 0 or more letters, and end with an I. However, if we put a question mark here, it's going to be a lazy match. So it's going to start with a T. And then remember, this is 0 or more occurrences. So instead of having all these letters, we're going to go to the 0 occurrence and not have any letters, and then end with this I here. So it's just going to be Ti. So a greedy match would be Titani. A lazy match would just be Ti. So let's do the same thing down. It's going to have 0 or more letters and end with an I. However, if we put a question mark here, it's going to be a lazy match. So it's going to start with a T, and then remember this is 0 or more occurrences. So instead of having all these letters, we're going to go to the 0 occurrence and not have any letters, and then end with this I here. So it's just going to be Ti. So a greedy match would be Titani. A lazy match would just be Ti. So let's do the same thing down here. We have this string here, which is a bit of HTML with an H1 tag, some text, winter's coming, and a closing H1 tag. If I run this now, you'll see in the console, it's going to return the whole thing. So we're going to start with the more than sign here, and then we have the dot, which is a wildcard character. So this means any letter or character, and then the star or asterisk means 0 or more occurrences. So this means 0 or more occurrences of anything, and then we end with the greater than sign. So we're going to start with the less than sign right here. This is to open an HTML tag. And then we have the dot, which is a wildcard, the asterisk or star, which means 0 or more occurrences. So when you have a dot asterisk, that means 0 or more occurrences of any character, and then end with the more than sign or the closing tag here. So it's going to go from here, and it's going to have 0 or more occurrences of any character all the way to this final character here, this greater than sign. So what we're going to do is change this. So instead of getting this whole thing, which is greedy, we want to do a lazy match where it starts here and just ends at the first occurrence of this greater than sign. So all I have to do for that is to add a question mark. So if I run this now, you'll see in the console, it just has the opening H1 tag. This is a basic regex challenge. So here is the scenario. A group of criminals escaped from jail and ran away, but you don't know how many. However, you do know that they stay close together when they are around other people. You are responsible for finding all the criminals at once. So the criminals are represented by a C. So you can see here, we have these three C's together. These are all the criminals. So we need to write a regex function that's going to match anytime there is one or more C's in the string that's passed in. So this is how you would do it. It's actually pretty simple. We're just going to put a C and a plus. So it's going to match one or more C's. And if we load that, you'll see that it matches the CCC. And we solved the challenge. You can match patterns that are only at the beginning of a string. Previously, we talked about how the caret character inside a character set is used to create a negated character set. Well, if you're not in a character set, if you're not in brackets, you can use the caret character that looks like this to only match at the beginning of a string. So here, I'm just going to match the word cal if it's at the beginning of a string. So if I load this, you can see true, because it is, the cal is at the beginning of the string. However, if I take the word cal off here and put it in the middle here, and I reload that again, it's going to say false, because it does not match it anymore, since true character that looks like this to only match at the beginning of a string. So here, I'm just going to match the word cal if it's at the beginning of a string. So if I load this, you can see true, because it is, the cal is at the beginning of the string. However, if I take the word cal off here and put it in the middle here, and I reload that again, it's going to say false, because it does not match it anymore, since cal is not at the beginning of the string. In brackets, at the beginning. You can match patterns that are only at the beginning of a string. Previously, we talked about how the caret character inside a character set is used to create a negated character set. Well, if you're not in a character set, if you're not in brackets, you can use the caret character that looks like this to only match at the beginning of a string. So here, I'm just going to match the word cal if it's at the beginning of a string. So if I load this, you can see true, because it is, the cal is at the beginning of the string. However, if I take the word cal off here and put it in the middle here, and I reload that again, it's going to say false, because it does not match it anymore, since cal is not at the beginning of the string. A caret matches a beginning string pattern. A dollar sign matches an ending string pattern. So if we want to match the word caboose at the end of the string here, we'll type in into the regex, we'll type in caboose, and then I'll put a dollar sign. If you remember, when we were matching a beginning string pattern, we put the caret at the beginning, but when we're matching an ending string pattern, we put the dollar sign at the end. So if I run this, we'll see true, because it's at the end of the string. Now, if I actually move this over here, and I run this, we'll see false. It's no longer at the end of the string, so it no longer matches caboose. Earlier I showed you that this matches this over here, and I run this, we'll see false. It's no longer at the end of the string, so it no longer matches caboose. Earlier I showed you, so it no longer matches caboose. Earlier I showed you that this, with the brackets and A through Z in it, would match any letter A through Z. There's something called a shorthand character class that's used to match a wide range of things. And there's one called /W that you can use to match the alphabet. So if I put /W here, that's going to match capital A through Z, lowercase a through Z, the digits 0 through 9, and underscore. So just doing /W is just a shorthand way of pretty much matching any letter or number plus underscore. If I put a G after this, that will make it match every occurrence. So if I load this up, you'll see that it returns 31 because we're getting the length. The length of this whole string, excluding the spaces in the period, is 31. There are 31 letters in this string. /W matches all letters or numbers. But sometimes you want the opposite. Sometimes you want to match everything that's not a letter or number. So in this code, we want to just match everything that's not a letter or number, which are the spaces and the period in the string here. So instead of a /lowercase w, we're going to use a /uppercase w. And then I will put a G to match every single occurrence, and we're going to get the length here. So if I run that, we get a length of 6. There are 6 characters, those are the spaces and the period, that are not letters, numbers, or underscores. There is a shorthand character class to only match numbers or digits, and it's /D. So if I put /D here, it's going to match the digits here, which is the 5, the 0, and the 0. To match every single one, I'm going to put a G at the end for global, and then now the length should be 3. So if I run that, we'll see 3 in the console. Sometimes you want to match all non-numbers. If you remember, this slash d, a lowercase d, would match all numbers, and the g made it match every occurrence of a number. So if we change this to an uppercase d, this is going to match all non-numbers. So that's going to be every single character in this whole string except the 5, the 0, and the 0. So we'll run this to get the length of that, and we get 24. We are going to create a regex that can be used as a username validator. In this case, there are 3 requirements for the username. So here's the first requirement. If there are numbers, they must be at the end. Second requirement, letters can be lowercase and uppercase. And then the third requirement is that it must be at least 2 letters long. 2-letter names can't have numbers, which is kind of a fourth requirement. So let's create the regex here. So first we are going to do the requirement that the number should be at the end. So if the number should be at the end, then letters should be at the beginning. So to specify what's at the beginning, we're going to use the caret sign, and then we're going to specify the letters that can be at the beginning, which are lowercase and uppercase letters. So we'll do A through Z uppercase, and then A through Z lowercase. So now it shows that at the beginning is going to be A through Z uppercase or A through Z lowercase. And to specify the number of letters that are going to be at the beginning, we're going to use the following. I'm going to put a curly brace, 2, comma, in curly brace. The curly braces indicate the number of times the previous thing can match. So the previous thing are these letters, and these can match anywhere between 2 and infinite number of times. So the number before the comma is the minimum number of matches, and the number after the comma is the maximum number of matches. So we know that every username is going to start with at least 2 letters, and since there's no number after the comma, it can have an infinite number of letters in the username. If we wanted it to have at max 8 letters, then we could put the number 8 after the comma. But since we don't care about the max, we're going to leave it as nothing after the comma. So next, we want to show that the numbers must be at the end, and you can have any number of numbers. So I'll put slash d, and that represents all numbers. I'll put a star. So this star or asterisk means that there should be 0 or more. So this means 0 or more numbers. And now to show that the 0 or more numbers are at the end, I will put a $sign. We can now run this regex to make sure a username meets all of these requirements. We can match white space characters with slash s. So slash s is going to match a space, a carriage return, a tab, a form feed, and a new line character. So if I add a G for global and run that, we will see an array of all the spaces in that sentence. The white space is important in separating words sentence. Now I'll show you how to match all non-white space characters. First, make a guess. So remember, this is how you match white space characters. And if you've been noticing the pattern so far, you'll realize to match non-white space characters is just a capital S. So if we run that, you'll see an array of every character that's not a space. You can specify the lower and upper number of pattern matches with quantity specified. specifiers. Quantity specifiers are used with curly brackets. I actually talked about these a little bit before. You put two numbers between the curly brackets for the lower and upper number of patterns. So let's say I want to match anything, any O no, where the number of H's is between 3 and 6 H's. So what I'll do is type O no, but after the H, I'm going to put these curly brackets and put 3 comma 6. So this means we're going to always match the letter O, and then we're going to match the letter H, but we only match if there is in between 3 and 6 H's. And then we'll also match this space in O. If we had not had a number here and we just had 3 comma and then nothing in curly brace, then it would match for an infinite number of occurrences. So it would be 3 H's through an infinite number of H's. But we'll just leave it at 6. Here's another example with quantity specifiers where we're going to match 4 or more of the letter Z. So I'll put the letter Z and then the curly brackets, I'll put 4 comma, and then there will be nothing after the comma. Because like I said before, when you have nothing after the comma, there's an infinite number that it could go to. So it has to be at least 4, and then it can be an infinite number of Z's. We can use quantity specifiers to specify an exact number of matches instead of just a lower and upper bound. So if we want to search for the word timber with exactly 4 M's, you can do it like this, TIM, and then I'll do the curly braces, and then just put the number 4, and then BER. So remember before we had the lower bound, then comma, upper bound, but if we know we want exactly 4 M's, we can just put the number 4 in the curly braces. You can specify the possible existence of an element with a question mark. This checks for 0 or 1 of the preceding element. It's kind of like saying that the previous element is optional. For example, there are slight differences in American and British English. So the word favorite can be spelled with just an O or with an OU with British English. So let's create a regex that searches that can match both forms of the word favorite. So do favo, and I'll put a U with a question mark, RITE. So this is saying that it may have a U or it may not have a U, but all the other letters have to be the same. Look-aheads are patterns that tell JavaScript to look ahead in your string to check for patterns further along. This can be useful when you want to search for multiple patterns over the same string. There are positive look-aheads and negative look-aheads. So let me show you how they work. So this right here is a positive look-ahead. So we have parentheses, and then we have a question mark. So the look-aheads always start with a question mark, and then it's going to be equals for a positive look-ahead or an exclamation point for a negative look-ahead. So let's look back at the positive look-ahead. So question mark equals means a positive look-ahead, and U. So it's first going to check for the Q, and it's going to look ahead to make sure there is a U later in the string. And if there is a U later in the string, we'll return just the Q. So when we run this regex on the quit string, it's going to return Q because it finds the U later in the string, but it doesn't return that U. A negative look ahead, it's going to make sure that something is not later in the string. So here it's going to search for a Q and make sure there's not a U later in the string. And if there is not a U later in the string, it's going to return this. So when we run this look ahead on the no quit string, it's going to find the Q and it's going to look ahead and find out there is no U. Since there is no U, it's just going to return the Q because that's what we have before the parentheses, and it's going to return the Q here. A more practical use of look aheads is to check 2 or more patterns in one string. So down here in this example, we are going to use look aheads in the PW regex to match passwords that are greater than 5 characters long and have 2 consecutive digits. So for a greater than 5 characters, we'll do parentheses, and then it's always going to start with a question mark equals if it's a positive look ahead, and I want greater than 5 characters. So /W would be all numbers and letter characters, and we want there to be 5 characters, at least 5 characters. And then we also want 2 consecutive digits. So I'm going to make another look ahead, question mark equals, and we're going to say there can be any number of characters that are not digits. This capital D, the /D is a character that's not a digit, and the asterisk means there's 0 or more characters that are not a digit, but we also want to make sure that there are 2 or more digits. So we have the /D to say that there are going to be digits, and then we have 2, so there's going to be 2 or more digits. So this is going to match for 5 or more characters and then 2 or more digits. You can group things you are searching for in a regex with parentheses. So here we have parentheses around here. So we are searching for any number of characters, and then after that, there's going to be a space. You can also use these parentheses to repeat substrings. So this is called a capture group, and you can repeat this group any number of times. So in this regex, we have this first group in parentheses, and we can repeat that first group with a /1. If we had another group with parentheses, we could repeat that second group with /2. So in this case, we are searching for any group of any number of letters followed by a space followed by any number of letters that are the same letters as before because we're doing /1. If we test this regex against this string, it's going to return true because it has any number of letters, it has a space, and then it repeats any number of letters, the same letters from before. So that's any number of letters, the space, and then we're repeating the same letters as before. Now, here, where we did /1, we could have just put this whole thing again, the parentheses with the /W, I'm going to copy and paste here. So this would have been the same thing. But instead of repeating this twice, we can just put /1 to save space. So we don't have to repeat if we want to repeat the same search over and over again in a regex. So if we look down here for the match, at first this may seem confusing what it's returning. But what it's returning, the first element in the array is the full match. So that's the any number of characters plus a space plus any number of the same characters. So the full match is this. And then the second element in the array is just whatever is in the capture group. This is the capture group, and what's in the capture group is just regex. That's why we have regex, which is the full regex, and then the second element of the array is just regex, which is just the capture group, the thing in the parentheses here. So down here, we are going to attempt to use capture groups to match numbers that are repeated only 3 times in a string, each separated by a space. We want this regex to match something like this, 42, space 42, space 42. We would also want it to match something like 136, space 136, space 136. It doesn't matter what the number is. And we only want it to match a group of 3. So we don't want it to match 4 numbers, 5 numbers, 6 numbers, just a group of 3 numbers separated by spaces. So let's see how to do that. We are going to use a capture group. So I'm going to put a parentheses, /D plus, that means any number of digits, and that's going to be the end of our capture group. And then it's going to have a space, and then I'm going to put /1, which just is a shorthand way of repeating the first thing in parentheses, which is this. And then we'll have another space and another /1. So this is going to look for any number and a space, any number and a space, any number. So it's a number 3 times. We're not quite done yet though, because remember I said we want to match only 3 numbers. So this regex would also match this if the number was in there 4 times, because it would find 42, 42, 42, and then stop, and it would say, oh, we found it, but we don't want to match it if there's 4 42s in a row. We only want to match it. We only want this to return true if there's 3 42s in a row. So that's simple to fix. We just have to have a bracket, or I mean a caret at the beginning and a $sign at the end. So remember, a caret means that we want this at the beginning of the string, and then a $sign means we want this at the end of the string. So adding the caret and the $sign just means we want exactly this. We don't want anything before this. We don't want anything after this. So now this will return true for any group of 3 numbers, not a group of 4 numbers, not a group of 5 numbers. you can search and replace text in a string using the replace function on a string. The inputs for replace is first the regex pattern you want to search for, and the second parameter is the string to replace the match or a function to do something. So let's look at this example. We have this text, the sky is silver. We're going to search for silver. This is our regex pattern. So we're going to do a replace here. We got the wrong text, dot replace. We're going to pass in the regex, the silver regex, which is searching for the word silver, and it's going to replace it with the word blue. So this is going to return the sky is blue. Now, you can also access capture groups in the replacement string with dollar signs. Let me show you what I mean down here. So here we have a string code camp, and then we're going to call the replace function on that string. Now look at the regex. So up here we just use the variable silver regex, which was set to this regex. Here we're putting them in the regex directly into the function instead of using a variable. So look at this regex. We have this capture group, which just means any number of letters. Then we have a space, and then we have this other capture group, which just means any number of letters. So that's going to find this code space camp, any number of letters, space, any number of letters. So let's look here. So up here, we just put in the word we want to replace with. But here we do something different. It says $2, $1. So $2 means the second capture group, the second parentheses in the regex. So the second capture group is this, which has matched to the word camp. So we're putting camp at the beginning, and then a space, and then $1 means the first capture group, which is this section, which matched the word code. So this is a way, so you can see it returns camp code. So we pass in the text code camp, and it returns camp code. So that's another cool thing you can do with capture groups when you're doing a replace. So let's get back to the easier one up here. We're going to actually make some changes down here that follows this pattern up here. So this sandwich is good. Well, we are going to find the word good here, and we're going to replace it with the word okie dokie. So here, it's going to find the fixed regex, which is good, and it's going to replace it with the replace text, which is okie dokie. This is a regex coding challenge. The challenge is to write a regex and use the appropriate string methods to remove white space at the beginning and end of this string here. Now, the trim method would work here, but the challenge is to do it with just using regular expressions. So we are going to do a replace, but we have to write a regular expression that's going to figure out what we're going to replace. Well, let's write a regular expression that finds all the space at the beginning and all the space at the end. So this is how we'll do this. To find everything at the beginning, it's going to start with a caret, which finds something at the beginning of a string, and we'll put /s, which is all the white space, and to get any number of white space characters, I'll do a plus. Now we also want to find all the space at the end, so I'll do a pipe character, which means or. So all the space at the beginning or all the space at the end. For all the space at the end, we'll do /s plus, and then a dollar sign, which means this has to be at the end. And so we find both the space at the beginning and the spaces at the end. I'm going to add the flag G here. So now we've found all the spaces. We just have to finish this replace here. So hello dot replace, and then in parentheses, first the regex, ws regex, and then we are going to replace all the spaces that it's going to find with just an empty string. So this will effectively remove the spaces from that string. I need a parentheses here. And let's test this out. You can see in the console, hello world, with no spaces at the beginning or the end. Congratulations on finishing this regular expressions course. Well, keep learning, and thanks for watching.
In our third view,
The ternary operator. The ternary, or conditional operator, is the only JavaScript operator that takes 3 operands. This operator is basically a shortcut for the if statement. It tests a condition and returns one value or expression if it is true, and another if it is false. So this is the example. So first there's a condition here, and then you put a question mark, and then you put, if this condition is true, it's going to return this first expression. If it's a false, after the colon here, you're going to return the second thing. Let me just give you an example. First, I'll show you what it would look like with an if statement. So we have var age equals 19. If the age is more than or equal to 18, console.log, you are an adult. Else, console.log, you are a kid. So let's run that, and we'll see in the console it's saying you are an adult. If we change that to 15 and we run that, it's going to say you are a kid. But there is a different way to do this with a ternary operator. So this whole thing right here is the ternary operator. First, up here you can see the condition. This part is the condition. If age is more than or equal to 18, then you always put the question mark. If this is true, it's going to print this, you are an adult. If it's false, it's going to print you are a kid. So I'm going to clear the console and then run that again. And you are a kid, you are a kid. So it prints the you are the kid from up here, and then down here it prints the you are a kid. So this is just a more succinct way of doing something if you just have a simple if-else statement. But you can also do more than one single operation per case, separating them with a comma. Let me show you an example. Okay, I just pasted this in here. If we put another variable stop, if the age is more than 18, here's the question mark. So this part right here is the condition. We have the question mark. Now this whole thing is the first expression after the question mark. And you can see we have two statements. We have console.log, okay, you can go, and then there's the comma, and then we assign stop equals false. Then you have the colon, then you have the whole second expression here. So before it was just one line, but now it takes multiple lines, and you can put the comma here to run two commands in there. And the last thing I wanted to show you was that a ternary operation can be inside another ternary operation. So let's scroll up here. Okay, I'm just going to paste this right in there. Let me adjust this really quick so you can see this all. So let's look through this. We have a variable, a var. Var first check equals false. And then this is the second var, second check equals false. And then there's a var access. Now let's look through that. We use a ternary operator to show what access is. So this is the condition, first check. So we're going to try to figure out what this access is going to equal. So it first is going to check this, first check equals false. And remember, if it's true, it goes to the first thing before the colon, which is access denied. If it's false, it goes right after the colon, which is this whole statement. See, after the colon, there's a whole nother ternary operator because you can have more than one ternary operator together. So now it's going to do this ternary operator. It's going to do the second check. Well, we can see that second check is false. So if this second check was true, it would say access denied. But since it's false, we're going to go after the colon again, and it's going to be access granted. Now let's just check that by doing a console.log. And you can see right at the bottom of the console we have access granted. Also from our previous thing we have sorry you are much too young with the much kind of cut off. Well, thanks for watching. My name is Bo Carnes. Check the description for a link to the code from this video.
Sabi girl no dey too like talk. Animals dey in human form. Body man nobody like work, but you must hustle if you want job. E no finish dem wan fight us. If dem dey run dem no fit catch up. I know dey form say I too righteous. No con dey form say you too like us. Me no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what they want telling me could deny my fantasy. They want to check if my tap in no wrong. But it dey rush well, it be much. Now gotta make my tap in the rush. The kind money we touch, yeah. It dey rush well, it be much. No be hype, everybody they crush. There's no darling with us. You fool me jackpata, I dey go Ghana. You never thought you dey from papas. Which kind money we never see before? Cause hello me, got me feeling I'm the one. Ajay. Can never take my cake away, Ajay. You can't count my grace. I just dey my lane. Me no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what they want telling me could deny my fantasy. They want to check if my tap in no wrong. But it dey rush well, it be much. Now gotta make my tap in the rush. The kind money we touch, yeah. It dey rush well, it be much. No be hype, everybody they crush. There's no darling with us. Cause it dey rush well, it be much. Now gotta make my tap in the rush. The kind money we touch. It dey rush well, it be much. No be hype, everybody they crush. There's no darling with us. There's no darling. See, I don't look like waiting, I don't see. I will never forget the 90s. Many nights I go they beg for mercy. Sickle self been show me crisis. Thank you for the journey, oh Lord, oh Lord. If I say my story, oh bah. Fire can't school, I'm ever blazing. I roll deep with the Almighty. I did try for myself. VIP no regular. Can't copy this formula. I ain't fast Angel. I did try for myself. VIP no regular. Can't copy this formula. Money in a filter, don't let them fool ya. Make your rubber, stack your paper. Let them know when you pull up. Man down when I pull up. I'll be a leaker, fuck the chaser. Bang, Undertaker. They scared when I pull up. Yeah, roadman fear when I pull up. Pull it from me cotton and I be rapping. Shout out to Agege, that city rape me. Ask my crew, then they love me. Then call me AG, baby. Our government no get time for ghetto. We only get love on manifesto. I pray for my people. Ciao. I ain't faster than Ciao. I did try for myself. VIP no regular. Can't copy this formula. I ain't faster than Ciao. I did try for myself. VIP no regular. Can't copy this. Baby, calm down. Yo, this your body, it puts in my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown. I've been writing this story. I know be OG, but if you ask them know me. I know they blow trees, only lonely me lonely. Music chose me, just know this and know peace. I dey low key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come wine for me slowly. Yeah. Try what you not do if you're not the fair. My mind they tell me to disappear. So come and help me, cause I don't pray. My man, I don't pray. Come on, man, I can't stay for one place. For God's sake, my day. Don't take my friend away from you. Body they draw me like Obono. Body they rise me, I don't know. I say color your brocota, no go taste locodo. Kelly they bossy my pololo. Can make a salute your commando. Girl if you balance Diego, I give you paper. No go do me Diego, my Maradona. Girl if I lap your sueto, I'm a farisa. Girl your back keep it connected. Yo crezco. Tunde dale creso. Pay for your waist, and I could pay for your lace. Pay for your waist. Tunde dale creso. Pay for your waist, I could pay for your lace. It's like something doing me bottle, yeah. DJ Bolt in the building. Are you looking for me? What bottle, yeah. It's like I'm walking far away to you. Baby, don't try me, come closer, let me do you this. Big body pocket, what you say now? The way you do me so, don't call me bye-bye. I be needing my peace, oh. 365 days around the sun. Let no man test the son of a gun. So no marking day where it all begun. All the nurses them gather, they say you're the chosen one. Turn up, oh, oh, oh. It's your birthday, it's your birthday. Turn up, oh, oh, oh. Your fucking birthday, it's your birthday. Baby, follow my command, like zombie. Go down on me, oh, with your coca body. Follow my command, like zombie. Go down on me, oh, with your coca body. Cause this your milky for fronting now for me. Hold on for me, I no go do me corny. And if you're milky na fighty, I saw me to look. Gelato honey, oh baby, smile deep, deep, deep. Baby, gonna waka waka when you enter my licha. Baby, gonna will you give me sugar? Wala, wala. Macho Mona Lisa, 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 Macho. I way, passing my way. This kind of body done they cause you migraine. And when we leave, if we do I'm your way, or if you want, if you do I'm my way. I way, 2 shot I don't take. You tell me and I know they go out one day. I know they care, say they buy my damn pray. Money on me mind outside. This kind love, yeah, where they make me want more. Whoa, come my way. Oh. This kind love, yeah, I don't want for the night. Make I know how you feel, how you want to. Lady, girl say your body back to me. Pass make a joke, make a feel baby girl, you know I see you. Yeah, with the love to the morning. Bad girl addicted to me. Only you know how see they do me. Only you know how see they do me. Oh, girl. Yeah. You're my yeah. Casamigos. From Miami goes. Casamigos. From Miami goes. Watch you get there. Baby, watch you get there. Yeah. Push it left for it, boy. Electricity, vibes on a frequency, yeah. Till infinity, steady on a different pitch. Life is not that deep, it's all about the energy, yeah. The mentality, now you making my body. The body go sign. And you know everything I do is nobody else concerned. Sure you go come online. And I see darkness all around me, but I know I'm the light. Shake it, baby, shake. I feel your vibration. My girl on motion. Beautiful temptation. That girl on rotation. Shake. Nothing where I no go do for my filo. Rest on me like pillow. I'ma go for 10 kilo. Nothing where I no go do for my filo. Rest on me like pillow. I'ma go do 10 kilo. I dey like you, no be whining. You are high key, you dey play for my mindy. And your white teeth be shining with your nose ring. You are bad and I like you. Ladies, girl, for nothing I no go do for my pillow. My personal holo show. For the days I'm on the low. Nothing I no go do for my baby. We cuss and then discuss and fuck. Oh. She know the record. Oh. When I heater. My hammer, my selector. Another spicy nigga. She did take her. Pimpin' that. I cannot play with her. I say we got
nothing where I do for my filo. Rest on me like pillow. I'ma go for 10 kilo. Nothing where I do for my filo. Rest on me like pillow. I'ma go do 10 kilo.
Tell me what you see when you look at me. Sungbala Jaco Majubadi. My problem is that too sabi. Pop Marley for the pool party. Agata oya dakbada. So you dey wine meaning. You know see Uba oya gbokada. Shop anka you go shop gada. Ele Sungbala Jaja Sungba. Carry your matter for head like Oshuka. VVS is on my neck zero fuga. You dey Bugatti give me sugar. Cause you know you carry it give me super. Ele Sungba. Oya ti mo bota biti konga. Oluwa
hello. You carry back like a filo. I'ma jack a phone no go dey ghost you. Edu to gbe what 10 kilo. Kumatingaza. Shina sa inyo falapa. Agata from Osakwa funi bulala. Nishe lo japa. Omo aje gota lili mi gapa. I no like nonsense we ya go bota. Bota. Nishe lo japa. Omo aje gota lili mi gapa. I no like nonsense we ya go bota. Bota. Sunga la ja sunga la ja sunga olu sunga la ja sunga like Fokker, yeah. Pull up in a beam, too much, too clean, young taller. I don't foster, serious and other. A big time player, crib too big and ganja. I went flexer, yeah. Tina said gym, yeah. Too hot like a heater. My neck done froze like winter. Don't bet it on liquor, yeah. Shades on me, picture. MJ on the shit, thriller. Funny vibes every night. Enter, Nankalagat, Costa, yeah. I can style like Fokker, huh. Pull up in a beam, too much, too clean and taller. I don't foster, serious and other, yeah. A big time player, a crib too big and ganja. I went flexer, yeah. Tina said gym, yeah. Too hot like a heater. My neck done froze like winter. Don't bet it on liquor, yeah. Shades on the picture. MJ on the shit, thriller. Funny vibes every night. Pàdí mi hustle lọ, tójú gbà tí bá ní kò bọ́kù lọ. Àlàyé mi sáré tẹ bọ́tì lọ. Gbogbo nǹkan kọ́ ló máa fi ń jọ́gọ̀jọ̀. Ká lọ ṣe shopping jọ. I know they send that they job my life. 100% we dey gbádùn lọ. Àwọn tí o fẹ́ wa kọ́ máa struggle lọ. The money long cause I don't fashion. Now everybody want to tear my shirt. I just blow but I know myself. Before them use me, I go use my sense. Ọmọ bá tó ń pàṣẹ. Anita go down set. Ọmọ dúdú ọmọ pupa èmi lọ́ máa fẹ́. Ẹnjọba méjì ló máa jẹ́. Asálàmù aláìkú. I get many disciples. Motaka Oshidano. Olúwa shower me your blessings, thank you. Let your word go down. In every situation, make I know you. In me shakoma Ọlọ́run. Check out body me back is alive you. I no go there once I con the ways. Apollo there. I no fake on the look good your face. I'm mobile. Bele be conflicto in your case. So I no go there. I no go there once I con the ways. I follow there when money get it. So no go there where you party the ways. I'm mobile. Bele be conflicto in your case. So I no go there. I no This your level getting me for my body. I want light man with my lighter. This your color no be fake. Oh, my banana, oh my banana, go chop my banana. Show me power, go power. And let me love my life. It's my like, my Sudana. Cause you dey amazing, you dey amazing. Your body amazing, don't be late. Don't keep me waiting, no procrastinating. Terminator, you don't get agreement, no terminating. Go down, go down. We don't cast. Last. Now everybody go to breakfast. It's DJ Bolt in the building.
You go bow for the result, oh. Nothing to discuss, oh. Cause I did win by default and without any doubt, oh. I'm a me happy adult, oh. I no go feed the girl, is out, oh. I'm a mind that's really dark, oh. I put my life into my job and I know I'm in trouble. She manipulate my love, oh. I know holy and I know that get both. Like the Baba Frayo, my ayo, don't cry, yo. I need to go and shayo. 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 Shayo. I need to go and shayo. I need to go and shayo. I need to go and shayo.
So many reasons why I want it for you, my love.
It's DJ Bolt in the building.
Now you want to retire with my love. See all the little good things you do, they make me no. This distance is taking a hold of me for sure. Baby, come. I want to make me there. Oh, girl, I want to make you. Oh, no. I feel like make you. Oh, no. I want to make me there. Oh, no. Girl, I want to make you. Oh, no. I feel like make you. Pull over. Come on, pull over. Should be not this kind of things where they make man see ya. And me, I understand. Say your dad know like me, rara. See me, I won't make you know. Say me there for you, cara. And if not the price be that, I feel like to see ya. I never traded you for nothing. This love will make you
The raised slice method returns a shallow copy of a portion of an array, meaning that it won't modify the original array on which is called upon. You can provide the beginning index and the end index. Let's see how that looks in code. We have a numbers array from numbers from 1 to 5, and let's say we want to get a new array from 2 to 4. And for that, let's say numbers 2 will be numbers.slice. By default, the starting index will be 0, and the ending index will be array.length. But we can specify what index we want. Let's say from index 1, which is our 2 number, up to index 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, because the last index is not included. So 1 to 4, and now console.log numbers 2 will be 2, 3, and 4. And you can also see that the numbers is not modified, so we still keep the original array. Now, if we don't provide anything, so we just call slice on the array, we just get a shallow copy. You can also provide a negative number, and then it will start from the end. So for example, let's clear the console first. Console.clear. Okay, like that. And let's say we want the last 3 items inside the array, we can put in -3. And now we'll get 3, 4, and 5, which are the last 3 items inside the array. And as a last example, if you want to get all the items from an index, you just pass in the index, for example 1, and then you get all the items starting at index 1. So 2, 3, 4, and 5. The nice thing with this method is that it doesn't change the original array. So you can use this method inside the function, for example, which receives an array as a parameter, and you can be sure that the given array is not modified. One good example for this method is, let's say we have a list of 10 participants in a contest, but we only want to show the first 3. So let's change this to be contestants or participants, something like that. And we have, let's give them some names: Doreen, Ivan, Liam, Jay, and I don't know, Patrick. So we have 5 contestants, but we only want to show the winners, which are the first 3. So we can store the winners in participants.slice. We want from index 0 up to index 0, 1, 2, 3. Keep in mind that the index provided for the end, it's not included. So now we can console.log the winners, and we have, let's see, we have the first 3 ones. This could work the same if you have, for example, a list of posts in a blog, and you only want to show the first X posts. You're using the slice method, and then you're showing those posts.
DJ Bolt in the building. Ne doute pas de nous. Le sexe c'est une chose, l'amour c'est une autre. Me traite pas de fou. Baby, ne dis pas que je n'ai rien donné. Cette fois-ci tu peux pardonner. Baby, faut pas condamner. Oh, je t'ai tout donné. Oh, je t'ai tout donné. Comment te faire comprendre que cette fille-là je ne l'aime pas? Comment me faire entendre? Comment le faire quand elle et moi on est sous les mêmes bras? Comment je peux nier? Toi je t'ai tout donné, mais je lui ai bien donné, c'est vrai. Bébé, ne doute pas de nous, yeah. Et même si tu me vois sous les draps d'une autre, ne doute pas de nous, yeah. Ne doute pas de nous, yeah. Le sexe c'est une chose, l'amour c'est une autre. Ne traite pas de fou.
Now me with the clean on the house. Now me with the wash on the car. Now me with the cook on the Now me with the wash on the cloth. Now me with the walk for your shop. Now me with the hug on the I become a vessel for my happiness. So still be my own. Everybody get bro, no me say your own bro, passing my own.
Fila man, mañana karikoti mo marami. You been the one, my love. Diamond walk molly, Chinelli and wash the coli. Only vegale simplicity, bimbo like el poli. Your ex-man looking at me funny and I got it to me. Mong I'm jelly go to my sing boo. I'm different thing funny boo. As a song, marang nandaba. I can put you on. Wanna go nyala, tangle in the mud. I'm on just my London. Speaking up a share, see him at Malanda. Baby, want me. Mas lila na mono, my kel one next week. gotta tell him it's more than love. Just lang and see, lo lie, mele super. Bigger when I went, woman never look me. I shall it pass, it's all belum te. Cause you know I want you.
ngeke ebasihlukanisa uthando lugcwele ngicela ubapheke izitshele owuzigcwele ungavumi izingeke athi ngikusele athi ngikusele uthando lakho
My love is bigger than the ocean. Why your skin like a lotion? Loving you is my devotion. Give you girl full potion. Oh my beautiful addiction. With a sweet vibration. The two of we is a vision. Anytime I slip your name I dimension. So tell me girl where you there? Just me I go let the fire blaze. Anytime you want your ways. Watch out the man them they grace. Hey man, tell me where you there? Girl I've been loving you for days. Anytime you wind up your waist. All I demand them the grace. Baby, I dey colo for your love. I dey mad for your love. I dey colo for your love. I dey mad for your love. Your love, no no. Your love, no no. Your love, your love, no no. No no. Your love, come give it to me, baby.
Platinums. Mimi sasa. Me, I'm giving thanks to the creator. Your mama born you well better. You ma kame funga utoneta. Kina vya pepe akimweta. Oh na na. Body sanyonga makiliti. Odi na gonga za mendichi. Usinichomeka kidonda na spiriti. Mimi onge taumia. Baby, you got me falling in love. My teaser, hope you might be reason your body give me fever. I done the shiver when you hold me tight. When you my
Baby, I dey colo for your love. I dey mad for your love. I dey colo for your love. I dey mad for your love. Your love, no no. Your love, no no. Your love, your love, no no. No no. Your love, come give it to me, baby.
Can't seem to take my eyes off of you, especially your bite and move. The way you roll that thing, me wanna roll that thing. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if oh na na na, what if I do? Listen to me quick, so me girlfriend says she wants me back home by 2. What will I do? So me tell her say my car broke down at mile 2. Girl, I won't be home so soon. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman. 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 She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I do?
We not go far, we a go, you go know. All of the blessings fall on my yard. Blessings stay for my yard, And like a that, you go be, you go see, you go feel because the blessings fall on my yard. Blessings fall on my yard, yeah. That's why I say fire alcohol. I She come from Sapele, Mr. Checkade. Eba mi pe kawe, dada kawe stop for day. May she dance for way. I'm living my best life. Nobody can tell me how I will live my life. Making nobody tell me Can't kill it. Can't kill it. Can't kill it. Money can't kill it.
Waiting the up, oh. I want to ya. You to the pra, you to the farm. She make a job, oh, before you shot out. No be my fault, you not shy you. Now all of us be a shadow. If I cheat on you, I'm sorry. And if you cheat on me, no worry. No be my fault, you not shy you. Now all of us be a shadow. If I cheat on you, I'm sorry. And if you cheat on me, no worry. No be my fault, you not shy you. Now all of us be a shadow. If I cheat on you, I'm sorry. Yeah. I apologize. Say I do anything for your back, baby. When I know they mad, I go sharply go and come back. That be my fault, say I famous you. I be on my team, you. I'm sorry. And if you cheat on me, no. All because of you, I be on the phone all night long. Don't be smart when you do it to me. Oh no, no, no. I be on my business, shawty. But you be on my mind, shawty. MLM, follow my honey, Kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone. Can't you see I'm into ya? Can't you see I'm in love? Kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone. Yeah, messing with my medulla. I can't talk alone. Oh no, no. Emiliano, 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 no. Emiliano, 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 no. You're one in Emiliano, 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 no. My Emiliano, 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 no.
Jules, baby.
boats in the building. Baby, now the way that you talk and the things that you say, where they make I feel alright. And I got your vibe anytime that I look in your face. Tell me why you look so fine. Baby girl, I see you. Wanna ride you like a bicycle. Now you they blow my mind from a mile or two. And I no go lie, you light up my day. And when she tell me my love is you love, baby. She know when the Gucci bag or the Fendi. Yeah, she give me butterflies in my belly. Ooh, Lord. And when she tell me my love is you love, baby. If my horse running, baby, she go save me. Yeah, she give me butterflies in my belly. Ooh, Lord. Oh, your love is crazy, girl, your love is crazy. You amaze me, girl, you amaze me. All the girls them only really want to play me. But when me there with you, I realize your love is crazy. You amaze me, girl, you amaze me. All the girls them only really want to play me. But when me there with you, I realize
Best indeed, you're the best indeed. When I see you, I feel blessed indeed. Only you bring out the best in me. Loving you, it be my destiny. Oh no, I don't know if you love me like I do. Now you dey light my fire too.
I want you to tell me my love is you love, baby. She know when the Gucci bag or the Fendi. Yeah, she give me butterflies in my belly. Oh Lord, I want you to tell me my love is you love, baby. If I was running, baby, she gon' save me. Yeah, she give me butterflies in my belly. Oh Lord,
Sugar cane sweet, but girl, your love is sweeter. Sobolo juice mixed with a little ginger. Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I get the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you come gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Match on your chin, now okay, don't talk. Come me like a thief in the night, long jaw. But you know, say, all of my niggas, them ball. Nothing you go ever need at all. Match on your chin, now okay, don't talk. Taking it a break, I me, I know the rush. Baby, if you want me, catch a rebel, my miss with me.
show me a jigger, let me see. Let me see. And let me see the woman that is with. I put a couple $1,000 on your wrist. What's on your wrist? Mama, they can't touch you. I ain't never see this kind, babe. We do so kind things, make me feel some kind way. You know I'm not just trying to get laid, cause I know some kind chicks do it for the right pay. Baby, make I fire you with my machine gun. 16 rounds, I be King Kong. Girlie, make I sample you my brand new song. Baby, love.
Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you, yeah. I get the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you come gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, you come gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gossip. Man, them so far to find your love.
Every little thing you did do to me, it's sweet to me for body. She your loving fee follow me. Wow. Yeah, your bullet make her go crazy. I'ma get say you sure for me. Say make her withdraw money. DJ Bolt in the building. Oh, no go downgrade. Make a carry your luggage. I define you for this. For this, I'm no trouser fit to contain. Your body in a package. So you know, see, I'm falling for love. Overdose me, your love they overdose me. Now you, I want me love you, I think of follow. Overloading, I'll be overloading. Your bank account, money plenty. Tell me, they tell me this, they tell me that. They say my bitch, say she a bad. Anytime I knock with that. No rubber band. Every time I put down, they show me that. If I know pull out, she got my back. Although you cool, I'm happy that. Although you cool, say everything I do is for my woman. Anything I talk, when you talk, I go do. Me, I know they see another girl for my visuals. Loving you, now in my
the boy well up. Not in my eyes, in my mouth, you don't tell her. I ain't telling cause I give you umbrella. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Give you my last cash, pendant. I show you my best friend. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Show you my best friend. I give you my last cash, pendant. Everything I do, I under 50 under. Me under be under 50 understand. Nothing when you do, yeah. Baby, don't you be so distant. I'm just tryna see your vision. Let the sunshine you glisten. Really got me feeling different. You don't have to feel no way. You can hit me up all day. Baby, you don't need permission. Oh yeah.
T'as brûlé toutes mes ambitions, mais pas ma vie, no way. J'ai répondu à toutes tes questions. Arrête de nous comparer. Way so distant. Plus tu t'en vas, plus j'ai envie. Ooh, so distant, baby.
Oh yeah. Baby, don't you be so distant. I'm just tryna see your vision. Let the sunshine you glisten. Really got me feeling different. You don't have to feel no way. You can hit me up all day. Baby, you don't need permission. Problem in all the finish. We can try to enjoy. Wahala in all the finish. We can try to enjoy. Se kata ururu no the finish. We can try to enjoy. Problem in all the finish. So we can try to enjoy. We could dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala. We could dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala.
Another very useful and powerful method we have in modern JavaScript is the map method. With this method, we can map each item in an array to something else. So following from the example in the last lecture, we have an array of positive numbers. Let's say we want to construct some HTML markup using the elements in this array. So we call filtered.map. And once again, we need to pass a callback function here. This function, just like the function that we passed to the filter method, can have three parameters: value, index, and array. So in this case, again, we're going to work only with the value. So we can pass a function or an arrow function. So we get a number, and then we're going to map this to some HTML markup. So we can add a string in an opening list item element, then we add the number, and finally the closing list item element. So with this markup, we can display each number using a bullet point. Of course, we need to put these inside of a UL element. I'm going to show you that in a second. So let's see the result of the map method. Another very useful and powerful method we have in modern JavaScript is the map method. With this method, we can map each item in an array to something else. So following from the example in the last lecture, we have an array of positive numbers. Let's say we want to construct some HTML markup using the elements in this array. So we call filtered.map. And once again, we need to pass a callback function here. This function, just like the function that we passed to the filter method, can have three parameters: value, index, and array. So in this case, again, we're going to work only with the value. So we can pass a function or an arrow function. So we get a number, and then we're going to map this to some HTML markup. So we can add a string in an opening list item element, then we add the number, and finally the closing list item element. So with this markup, we can display each number using a bullet point. Of course, we need to put these inside of a UL element. I'm going to show you that in a second. So let's see the result of the map method. I'm going to store the result in a constant called items. And now let's display this on the console. So we can see each number is now mapped to a string. That's our list item. So now we have an array of strings. We can use the join method that you learned about earlier to join the elements of this array and create a string. So constant HTML, we set it to items, the join, and then display this on the console. Now, instead of an array, we have a string. Note that by default, comma is used as the separator. We don't have comma in our HTML markup. We just want to combine these using an empty character, like this. Save the changes. Now, comma is gone. The only bit that is remaining is the UL element. So a very simple implementation would be like this. We add UL, then concatenate it with all these items, and finally another UL. Save the changes. And here's our HTML markup to display all these numbers using bullet points. Now, later in the course, I will show you a more elegant way to implement the same thing. All I want you to take away from this lecture is that we can use the map method to map each element in an array into something else. Now, in this example, we're mapping these numbers to strings, but you can also map them to objects. Let me show you another example. So I'm going to delete this HTML. Let's expand this a little bit more. So instead of mapping a number to a string, let's say we want to map them to an object. So here I'm going to define an object. In this object, we want to have a value property, and we want to set that to this number. And finally, we want to return this object. Let's look at the result. Oops, I made a mistake. I deleted the HTML constant, and that's why we get this error. HTML is not defined. So let's display the items constant. Now here's the result of our map. We mapped each number to an object with a value property. Okay, it's very useful when building real-world applications. Now let me show you something tricky here. In our callback function, we are declaring this constant and then returning it. Technically, we don't need to declare this as a separate constant. We can simply put the return keyword here and return this object, because we're not working with that constant, with an object constant, okay? So save the changes, we still get the same result. Now earlier I told you that in your arrow function, if you have a single line of code and you're returning a value, you can exclude the return keyword as well as the curly braces. So let's do that and see what happens. So remove the return keyword and the curly braces, then put everything on one line like this. Now, if we save the changes, we don't get the same result. We get an array of 3 undefined elements. The reason for this is that by default, these curly braces in an arrow function represent a code block. So when the JavaScript engine tries to parse this arrow function, it thinks here we're defining a code block as opposed to an object to return. So if you're returning an object, you need to put that object in parentheses, like this. So we put this object in parentheses. And with this, our JavaScript engine will not look at this as a code block. Now save the changes. Now once again, we get 3 objects. And one last thing before we finish this lecture. So you have noticed that both the filter and the map method return a new array. They don't modify the original array, okay? Now, these methods are chainable, which means we can call them one after another in a chain. So in this case, this filtered constant is only used here. We haven't used this anywhere else in the code. So we don't have to explicitly store the result of this statement inside a separate constant. We can get rid of this. We call the filter method. Now, we don't want to have a semicolon here because we're not going to terminate this statement. Instead, we're going to immediately call the map method on the result that is returned from this statement, okay? So I'm going to copy our map method here. This is what we call chaining. So we're calling one method. That method returns some result. Now we're immediately calling the map method on that result. Now when chaining multiple methods, by convention, we put each method call on a separate line, and this makes our code cleaner. Have a look. So numbers.filter, and then .map, and so on. And finally, we store the result in the items. That's a better and cleaner code. Save the changes, we still get the same result, right? Now note that here, because the map method is returning a new array, again, we can call the filter or the map method on that array. So here we can call the filter one more time. We get an object, and maybe we want to get objects with value greater than 1. See what happens? Now in the result, we have only 2 objects in our array, objects with value 2 and 3. And again, we can call the map method and maybe map each object to a number. So we read the value property and return it. Save the changes. Now we have an array of 2 numbers. So this is the power of chaining these methods. Hi guys, thank you for watching.
Person keep pressing. But all I see finish. Now question that person. Problem, you know they last forever. Make you try to enjoy. I walk up from Pelham Mujet to Apollo Meta just to find a mentor. Now who talk, they hear what? Now who watch, they fear God. Go. I know the reason how many people have fed me go. Inside the life, now inside the carcass. Open my eyes, Lord, make her they see ya. Make her face my front. Make a budget, no use me just run. Make butter, no stain my clothes. On my advantage every time I call. Cause now only time they set my cause. They my holding as I run my run. Me I know they for the attack along. On my advantage every time I call. Cause now only time they set my God. I don't feel to see love, go by me. I don't feel to see love, go and take me. I don't feel to see for this is it. If I is it, I'm not too straight, control. Control. No, they carry me play on top.
herself a vulgar pussy. Shit is messy. Bad energy don't plenty. It don't plenty. Whoa. Inside now, yeah, I sit down. Where you for them, if I know them for them. I a killer, change them for them. Oh man, see now, but you take 1 second to change your ways, change your face. Got your days, you can start again. Run your race, oh. Your way you not too straight to talk. To talk. No, they gotta be playing, no.
Baby, trabalhei, make you no deixa larguei. I don't want nobody to give my matter kill. For this life I day, I want to be celebrated. Don't wanna waste my days, I want to spend them on enjoyment. It's plenty everyday party.
Shake it, Obi, Ado,
Back when I had no car, you still be riding for me. Back when I had no rubber, you still be spending feelings. Back when I had no boss, you still be standing me. Back when I had nobody, I had you. If you like, show me what you really feel inside. Let me kiss you on your lips. If you like, we can both decide. Baby, let me kiss you on your lips. Choke on me, I'm a choke on me, choke on me, choke on me, I'm a choke on me, choke on me, oh choke on me, choke on me, I'm a organize. Every other day I organize.
It's DJ Bolt in the building.
Bagidi ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ndakúnjẹ ń sinmi ṣe mi jọ́nà tèmi yàtọ̀ sáwọn nǹkan kàmi sọ́tọ̀ ọjọ́bọ̀jọ́bọ̀ ẹgbà lọ́gọ̀lọ́gọ̀lọ́gọ̀ tó bá fọ́kọ̀ say tonight for the club we go turn up everybody ready for the gbọ̀ngàn ìdí gbọ̀ngàn. gbàgbé òṣì àwa nìkan ní kòsóṣì I no go let anyone control anything wey I wan do I go do. gbàgbé òṣì àwa nìkan ní kòsóṣì I no go let anyone control. Anything I want to, I go do. Every other day I organize. Some of us are wise. Every other day you are wise. Get up. You go. Fresh and clean me looking, say you notify. I no send nobody, I can live my life. If you're not talking money, no go call my line. So man just one day happy, man one day alright. Machala,
flex with the boy, your body is a matter. She wanna roll with the man them. When I drop, you know it's an anthem. Oof, girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me. Oof, girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me. Oof, girl, don't flex with the boy, your body is a matter. She wanna roll with the man them. When I drop, you know it's an anthem. Girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me. Girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me. Pull up in the club with all my G's. When we outside, it's an all 19. Yeah, them start to shake when they call my name. Don't play with a ball like me. Who you else know live a life like this? LA to Houston to NYC. I'm always on the road, they be on my road. Don't play with a guy like this. I like shy, you I know like Ghana. One and a C for my corner. Give me some more, give me some data. So many use them, I think I'm a farmer. I like shy, you I know like Ghana. One and a C for my corner. Give me some more, give me some data. So many use them, I think I'm a farmer. Yeah, girl, don't flex with the boy, your body is a matter. She wanna roll with the man them. When I drop, you know it's an anthem. Oof, girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me. Oof, girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me.
Girl, you always pick up when I call your phone. Making it rock like Rolling Stone. You've been thinking about me all day long. Baby, I know just where you coming from. Cause baby, you've been on my mind since Thursday night. And baby, it's the weekend, and I'ma need your freaking baby. Hit me on my line, it's only right. Diving in the deep end, I'ma leave you leaking. Girl, it's only right. You spend the night, lady. Give you one more time. You know the vibe. My sweetie, my sugar, my baby, my lover. Let me love you, let me hold you. Can't live without you, no one above you. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh
It's DJ Bones. We global. I'm knocking at your door, me knocking at your door. Because I'm knocking at your door. Because open up the door. Long as I got money, I got you. Let them know I wanna give you love, I wanna show you off, I wanna. If them boys, them no go give you joy, them today make it noise, them today. I'm knocking at your door, me knocking at your door. Because I'm knocking at your door. Because open up the 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 door. Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be jai. Kill up, come, me come, person, matter, person, we don't mind. But when I land softly on the sofa floor. So far, so good, money back down. Let me see you. Oh, lo, lo, lo. Let me see you. Oh, lo, lo, lo. Bukao. Let me bukao. Let me see you, de buka. Oh, lo, lo, lo. Let me see you. Oh, lo, lo, lo. Bukao. Let me bukao. Let me see you, de buka. Oh, lo, lo, lo. Let me see you. Oh, lo, lo, lo. Bukao. Let me bukao. Let me see you, de buka. Oh, lo, lo, lo. Let me see you. Oh, lo, lo, lo. Bukao. Let me
It's DJ Bolt in the building.
pass in my way. This kind of body done they cause you migraine. And when we leave, if you do, I'm your way. Or if you want, if you do, I'm my way. I wait, too short, I don't take. You tell me, and I know they go out one day. I know they care, say they buy my damn pray. Money on me mind outside. This kind love, yeah, where they make me want more. Whoa, come my way. Oh. This kind love, yeah, I don't want for the night. Make I know how you feel, how you want to. Lady, girl say your body bad to me. Pass make a joke, make a feel am. Baby girl, you know I see you. Yeah, with the love to the morning. Bad girl addicted to me. Only you know how see they do me. Only you know how see they do me. Oh, girl. Yeah. You're my yeah. Casamigos. From Miami, go. Casamigos. From Miami, go. Casamigos. From Miami, go. Casamigos. From Miami, go.
Obio. Ado.
Back when I had no car, you still be riding for me. Back when I had no rubber, you still be spending feelings. Back when I had no boss, you still be standing me. Back when I had nobody, I had you. If you like, show me what you really feel inside. Let me kiss you on your lips. If you like, we can both decide. Baby, let me kiss you on your lips. Choke on me, I'm on choke on me, choke on me, I'm on choke on me. Choke on me, oh choke on me, another banger. Baby, calm down. Yo, this your body, it puts in my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, phantom. If I tell you say I love you, you know they for me, young girl. No, tell me no, oh. Baby, gon' give me your lo. You got me like whoa. Shawty gon' give me your lo. I see this fine girl from my party, she wear yellow. Every other girl they do too much, but this girl mellow. Now in my divine situation, I go use they tell I'm mellow. Finally, I find way to talk to the girl, but she ain't no one follow. When you gonna phone for one? When you know I come for one? Then I start to feel a bum one. But she dey give me small one. I know, so she start to pass it down one. But she feeling insecure, cause her friends go they come a light ring go on.
Yeah, I know we look shy, but for you I get down low. And my hips make you cry when I'm moving around you. Do it once, do it twice. I push back, you hold me tight. Get a taste for a night. Baby, show me you can calm down. Dance with me and take the lead now. Got you so high that you can't calm down. Don't you ask, you know you're allowed. When it's you, I can't say no. Baby, give me you got me like Shawty gon' give me a
Low-key, all of them done they notice. I'm not joking, all my guys them know me. Since '06, I've been writing this story. I know be OG, but if you ask them know me. I know they blow trees, only don't hear me lonely. Music chose me, just know this and know peace. I dey low-key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come wine for me slowly.
mercy. Sickle cell pain showed me crisis. Thank you for the journey, oh Lord, oh Lord. If I say my story, oh, oh. Fire can't school, I'm ever blazing. I roll deep with the Almighty. I did try for myself. VIP no regular. Can't copy this formula. I hear faster like Joe. I did try for myself. VIP no regular. Can't copy this formula. Money in a filter, don't let them fool ya. Make your rubber, stack your paper. Let them know when you pull up, pull up. Man down when I pull up, pull up. I'll be a leaker, fuck the chaser. Bang, 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 Undertaker. They scared when I pull up, pull up. Yeah, roadman fear when I pull up, pull up. Only from me cartoon and I be rapping. Shout out to a gege that city raised me. Ask my crew, then they love me, love me. Then call me AG baby. Our government no get time for ghetto. We only get love on manifesto. I pray for my people. Ciao, ciao, yeah, faster than ciao. I did try for myself. VIP no regular. Can't copy this formula. I hear faster than ciao. I did try for myself. VIP no regular. Can't copy this formula.
I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill. Them no fit kill. Them no fit kill my. Wise man said, follow the stars. There you shall find a piece of advice. If you hit your enemies, enemies shine. If you're not a friend of me, enter the light. Cause you can never kill my vibe. Got here with no sacrifices. Everything was taken, still had to make it. Vibe killer, me I no go take shit. Vibe killer, bloody somebody time. Protect my energy from your bad aura. Tell my pastor say I be my healer, everything I desire. I go receive my rhythm, flow like a river. If you get yawa, come on go and sit down. I go just para, come off my jigger. I go just follow my lead. I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them no fit kill my vibe. Them no fit kill my vibe. You no fit kill. You no fit kill. You no fit kill my vibe. Color your brocoto, no cut this locoto. Body they draw me like a bono. Body they rise in my tono no. I say color your brocoto, no cut this locoto. Kelly they bossy my bololo. Can make a salute your commando. Girl, if you balance the echo, I give you paper. No go do me the echo, my Maradona. Girl, if I lap your sueto, I'm a farisa. Girl, your back, keep it connected. And I can follow your cresco, cresco. Sunday, down the cresco. Play for your waist, and I can play for your lace, a day for your waist. Sunday, down the cresco. Play for your waist, I can play for your lace.
You don't cut in my iPhone 100. You make a bicycle and a boy well up. Not in my eyes, in my mouth, you don't tell her. I ain't telling cause I give you umbrella. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Give you my last cash, pendant. I show you my best friend, friend. I thought we in this together. Give you my necklace, pendant. Show you my best friend, friend. I give you my last guy, you spend. Everything I do, I under, 50 under. You don't be under, 50 understand. That's the way you do,
Can't seem to take my eyes off of you, especially up I can move. The way you roll that thing, me wanna roll that thing. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want a